Oh boy. Oh. Uh, well, it's here. We're doing a
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker. We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
oh, damn. Never mentioned this was all deep beneath Hyrule Castle. It, Special controls. Hello.
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
The short here is better. And I like that we're actually out adventuring together. Be it for probably just this starting moment. When I was a child, I asked my father if there was anything below the castle. He told me there was, though seeing it for ourselves or even discussing the matter was forbidden. No one in our family knew anything more than that.
Huh?
Link? Master Sword. Oh, there's a text log. be sensing something. I knew we had a reason for concern. Ever since the end of Calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. I could never have imagined anything like these tunnels were heading here. Must be careful as we move deeper. I can recall what my father said even now. No one must ever venture beneath the castle. Not even one of us. His said this warning had been passed down through my family as long as anyone could remember. Like the new champion's tunic. It ruins ancient civilization. Ruins be Zonai? What is this? Oh, let me just walk right in front of you. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like these in my studies. Zonais are said to have lived long ago, in the times of the earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a purposeless civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none give us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Snappy? That was Zonai looked like. Seems so different than us. Large ears. The ruins from civilization in the sky end up beneath the castle. Looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue, Link.
You are not hurt, are you, Link?
Just some keys.
Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King. Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend? This is similar to the statues we saw earlier, a Zonai. And these figures look like Hylians. This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens.
Ancient aliens.
It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, And if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule. This figure, he seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this, it shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Oh. Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it. Link! This is a huge discovery!
She's so excited.
Alright then, now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh. It looks like the rest of the murals are obscured. Just what is this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
What? This is totally abominable wall. I can tell you how excited I am. You know, down here, their images support so much of what historians have written about. Is she taller than him now? Now it's not like a Link is coming down here without a shield or anything. Man is just going full sword only. I find myself wondering, how did this area become so forgotten? Why was history left hidden here? The royal family in those ancient times want this place and the murals to remain secret and out of sight? What do you mean I missed stuff? What? What is this place? It's getting Link. But we must be extremely careful.
What is that?
That was a different hand.
door.
Link!
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Raru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Oh, she just fast traveled out of there. We're not venturing anymore. It was fun. And then it fused itself? Oh, it's kind of like, it's somewhat also healing. Gave him some tats from the scar. Oh, the time passed.
Link, finally you wake.
What is this voice?
I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
By the gloom? That's what we're calling it? It's a malice, it's gloom. Oh, there's the Ouroboros. I do kind of miss, oh, it took my stamina away too. Oh. Just the level design, like, okay, we have to at least, like, put somewhat... I hate to jump. Oh, we dive? The level design, like, okay, we have to put, like, something so the player can't just climb straight up. You get... It'd be a bit cumbersome to have to tie the straps. I feel like Link changed his underwear. Oh, I see what they mean by straps. Flat out, there's one of the dragons. Ow. Ooh, man. So... So when I charge, material used by power source restriction. There's energy inside. Seems to be overcharged still. Okay. I thought those were just wooden swords because of how weirdly how they're shaped. It's like that's the end of the game. Man, if only Link brought a shield. Only had a very, very durable shield. Man, miss my glider. Also, turns out I was right. You have to go physically to Best Buy to get the Majora's Mask amiibo. Is that a broom logo? Oh. Friend or foe? Oh. Link, I have awaited you. Zelda left something for you in my care. Okay, so she's alright. Oh, it's... Oh, there's the Sheikah slate. This... Oh, or I guess the Pura pad. I guess we mass-produced the slates now. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with direction. Princess Zelda's prized fight. It's a variety of features that are essential for adventure. Oh, find Princess Zelda. Find yourself on a strange island in the sky after you awoke. A steward quick claim that Princess Zelda gave you the Pura battle. Get in your flight's map shows the outpoint. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. My record indicates that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. Messages have been delivered. Where am I? We stand in the Garden of Time. The Temple of Time is visible from here. What do you mean? It was used in the distant past. Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held here. You have your own Temple of Time? But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. So very, very lonely. It's a Garden of Time. Yes, Garden of Time. Alright. I just want to make sure. Take care as you do so. Your behavior is a threat? Oh, you seem to be new here. Be wary of soldier contracts as you travel this way. Soldier contracts? Soldier contracts are those of us given strict orders to protect this land. The Zonai, who created us, directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser too. You must treat them as a serious threat. Allow me to offer an unsolicited advice. It is crucial that to maintain distance and target your opponent. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. You may practice targeting on me if you want. Oh, but please do not attack. Tread carefully around the soldier contract you see. Yeah. Be careful. Some friendly guys. What you doing there? Okay, I just want to see what you're doing. Oh my gosh. The frogs don't just instantly disappear after they get a certain... when you start picking up speed. Behind me, isn't it? Oh, what's this? Oh, it's just another pot. Okay. And still search for ruins. Those are. There's like a cooking area. Oh. Um. Oh, I like that it shows what you're holding. Do 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 do. I didn't catch that one. That's cute that he hums like different songs now. Oh, speaking of spicy peppers. I may have bought something. I may have bought some California Reaper pepper cheddar. I've not gone around to trying it out yet, but I have it. Oh, what's that? Can I take photos yet? I love that I can sort and drop things from this menu now. Also, I'm holding a lot for the early game. Like, wait. Do I not have to upgrade my inventory? Because it's unless this is already full. Yeah, it's probably just already full. Why can't I take pictures? I want to take a picture of those. No! They heard me! They look like freaking things from Dark Crystal. They look like Muppets. Oh. I mean, we can also see my hope for stamina only being when only for running when you're outside of combat. I mean, inside of combat. R.I.P. R.I.P. that dream. They're probably like it's a little bit too integral to climbing and whatnot. I feel like I should have the toga. I wonder, does the decayed master sword still? No, it doesn't even do the beams of light. No, I missed. Oh, fine, whatever. Man, I really missed the paraglider. That's such a like key part of your arsenal. Oh, the Zilla climb this? There. You have a shield and I don't. Drop. Okay. Can't really like have meals. Quickly. It's weird being able to kill things without my weapons breaking. I'm a guest here, gosh.
That door will open only to those with sufficient power.
Oh, hi there.
I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you.
Why'd you tell me to come here then?
It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me. I am Raru. Forgive me for appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form. In any case, that arm should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so. You might be able to restore it.
I like
But you
he's
would
a
need to
ghost with
enter
a ghost
place filled
arm.
with sacred light.
Like the ghost has a ghost.
Of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island?
That's a shrine?
The shrines. Yes, I am sure they are the key.
You know, Roru, I was expecting like an old man or maybe an owl. Boy, that was a little bit dangerous. I'm guessing this thing has a bow. Nice. What the? Oh my god. I think I see what is going to be forming. And we know what restrooms are. You think that that guy is still at the stable, but he wants more rush rooms because it's been a few years or something? We don't know how long Link and Zillith's been traveling together, fixing problems. How'd you hear me? Alright, yep. I love that. I love that I can just sort through that menu. But so far, it just seems like quality of life stuff. Alright. This is a shrine. Oh. This is different. Hi there.
Ah.
You have made it here. Shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe that this light will restore the ability. It's lost. Well then, extend your hand. Ultra hand. Okay, that's funny.
Hmm.
This is the Ultra hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you'll be able to build a great number of things. Really, anything you can imagine.
Hmm.
See, Ultra hand receive the blessing from the shrine. So, this is something that's gonna spoil me. Wait, you can... Oh my god. Wait. Okay, then you do that. Oh my god. Yeah, Magnesis is just dead in the water now. Okay, I need to... No, I can just tap it. Huh. No, that's too far. No, that's still too far. Isn't it like... You can't, like, smack it around like you did could with Magnesis? No, these aren't climbable. Because this is my thought process. Oh wait, we can attack. God damn it. Alright, that's something I need to, oh my god, what is this, like, goop around it? That's something I need to... No, it's not just, like, powerful more baromagnesis, it is also build stuff. I want that. I wish I could just use the gyro. I don't know how we got the momentum, but it's going. I want to reach this place. This light that will cleanse you of evil. Oh. Okay. Oh. It burned a little bit. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Maybe because this was the first one, but there wasn't a skip. Alright, 120 more of those. I mean 119 more of those.
Ah,
Very well gained that shrine. Your ability is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door.
hmm.
You may want to mark the shrines, and you'll never lose track of where they are. Pad offers you a very useful scope. It's quite handy. Alright. Oh, why is this? Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. I was just say, why did they add a cutscene? He just had 2 more. We should be good. Oh my god, it's okay. It's very. Oh, hold on. Does this still work? Would this still work? This'll work. Go. Okay, it worked itself out. This should also be the camera, in all honesty. If the camera still is in the game. Hi there. See, they're still at work even now. We originally constructed the constructs to assist in our endeavors. Oh my god, I'm just noticing his feet. All of us were fond of them. I never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. That their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they perform it still. It's me. His tassels go into the Triforce. Fix your gaze. Face it head on. Pardon me. I was absorbed in woodcutting. Are you here for woodcutting too? Woodcutting. Woodcutting is the practice of chopping down trees to create logs. Logs can be combined to assemble platforms. You can also chop them down further to make wood. Lumber has many uses, that's why I come here daily to chop wood. And yet, I still find it difficult to chop them down in the included direction. That is why you must hear me muttering to myself, fix your gaze forward, face it head on. I apologize, I was been rambling for some time. The axe I no longer need over there is yours to use if you would like to do some wood cutting. Oh my, has it grown so late already? I must have failed to notice the time bell. I will rest for today. Wesley. I no longer need to smash those ones. I like how this one's already like a boat. Not what I was going for, but what's this one doing? Wait, why does that have like a glow around it? Oh wait, it's fused. Quiet. I'm quiet. I'm engaged in hunting. Hunting. Yes. Hunting rabbits. Oh. I hunt wild creatures. They inhabit the forest. I don't remember seeing you here before. We contracts fulfill several roles. One is to provide any necessary establishment to newcomers such as yourself. Other contracts you meet will be able to answer questions you may have about other subjects. My specialty is hunting. To hunt is to dispatch wild creatures. Many of them dwell in this forest. They are highly nutritious to organic life. They are also extremely wary. A hunter must not make noise. Crouchy is essential for silence. A bow can be used to strike from afar. Aiming for weak points is best. I will give you this bow placed over here. Use it as you please. Time has passed while I hunted. It seemed I had failed to hear the bell. I will rest now. Let me know if I am needed, but do so quietly. Damn it. What are these things? They're freaky. Can I just... Wait. And then we go... Break it all at once. Alright, I saw our ghost friend. He was pondering. I love the view of the Temple of Time. I always took a moment to appreciate whenever I passed by here. The garden time was quiet. The only sound to be heard was the time bell ringing in the morning and evening.
It was as if the whole place changed as its chime, especially at night when the sound signaled the emergence of fireflies. Those were glorious times.
I really don't know how much meat I'll need. No, apparently I was mistaken. I thought I could, like, since they just float, I could hop on it and then lift it. Well, this way. I kinda just, kinda just lost myself. Didn't I? Wild plant that buzzes roots, often found in cooler climate. Cook it to restore stamina. Okay. So this is new. It shows you how much stamina you will use if you fling the arrow. Oh. What did I say about owls? Protecting them. How many arrows? Where was all these arrows when I was doing Breath of the Wild? I guess drop that. Another wooden stick. I guess I could drop the branch for the stick. Wait. Oh, it's a Korok! Oh my god, he has a little backpack! Is it awful? He's my friend. Huh? You can see me? I'm a Korok. I'm one of the children of the forest. We're traveling with my friend. Then we are separated. When is setting up a smoke signal, I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired. Oh, I can't move. Oh! I love him. I did a Korok get all the way up here, by the way. Bye bye. This is my friend. You're here. Reunited at last. Thanks. They've been traveling. Let's give you something, but here's all I have. Little shit. Bye. Why are they just called Korok and Korok? I made it thanks to you. Thanks for being my friend. Little pooping angels. I guess because they just give you Korok seed in the end. But still, like, the Koroks in in the Korok Woods still had names. Uh, ooh, 4 shields, or 5 bows. Don't know when I can fuse weapons together. By type, by type, by type. There's no durability meter. That's the sad thing. Nope. Look at that. Ancient arowana. Lively fish that hasn't changed much since ancient times. It nourish me, can restore a bit of health. That one just swam right towards me. And choo-choos are up here. Hold on. It just told me I could do something that I think it told me. This is my weapon. Hold on. Hold on, Ken. No way. Oh, it just breaks it off. Like, what if? What if you could do that? How crazy would that be? Oh, that's not right. Korok bond. Mysterious sleeve that looks like it can be hiding something behind it. It has some medical value. Attach it to a stick, and it can be used as a fan. Oh. I don't know if I can do that yet. Wait, why does it snap like that? I'm just going to assume that it's just going wherever the wind's blowing. Alright, here's my boat. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. Oh, come on. Ah, I lost chat. Pokemon Go, why you do this to me? It's a little slow right now, but I'm sure when we get like the main tools, it'll start picking up. I'm so curious about some of the stuff. Let's see. But what's attached to the axe to make it a like what turns the wooden stick into an axe? Also, bombs? Are you gonna visit me every time?
Ah,
Me here. Now then, extend your right hand. I wonder if like is the jewelry a part of the arm? Like, can Link take that off if need be? Attach something to equip weapon or shield to enhance it. Do the fusion. Okay, so here's the weapon fusion. This is the fuse ability. Allows you to fuse something nearby to your weapon or shield, thereby enhancing it. Why not pick up a sword just ahead and then fuse a nearby object to it? Fuse to receive blessing from the shrine. This is going to be interesting. Oh, yeah, I guess I can now, oh, stone, I guess. Like, looks like this is just more Minecraft. We're just, picking up stone. The good old rusty claymore. You know what this reminds you know what this kind of reminds me of? The joke people had where Link tying a Kuko to his shield. So that then if enemies attacked him, the Cuckoo Swarm will come after them. So I've also heard apparently this also give you a pretty nice what the hell? Fire fruit. A fruit that generates heat when struck. Cooked correctly, its heating properties improve blood flow and stimulate muscles to raise attack. Wait, right? Only in high temperatures? I'm starting to feel like they realized that they realized attack up was a little bit overpowered. Okay. Or by fuse attack power. An apple is more stronger than this? Or by most used by type. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oh, there's a little bit of Sheikah in that. It's like the eye symbol. Oh, that's a new friend. Ow. Alright, I need a boulder hammer. Oh, I should give me the rock hammer. I still need to go into this menu to eat, huh? A long stick. Bikes. Oops. He seemed very proud about that one. Okay. Do a damaged blade? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This thing needs to lose its power. Real quick. I still don't know how much I like the aesthetic of sticking a big boulder on the edge of your sword and swinging that around, and somehow, like, look at the spikes coming out my back. Oh yeah, why did I heal? Link. I came because there is something I failed to give you. Please, take it. It's an eyeball looking straight up, I guess, like, towards the heavens. If I'm designing a construct designed to be worn on the belt, it can power Zonite devices. What I have just given you is called an energy cell. It is required to make use of tools known as Zonite devices. I cannot demonstrate its utility because there are no Zonite devices right here. However, I have associates on the other side of the cave system. They can teach you how to use it, Wesley. I hope that the energy cell I provided is useful for you. Wait, so I like how the boulder shield is just the picture of the rock because it's so big. That answers my question. Hold on. Maybe I did it a little bit late. So then, Man, adding an apple really does that much extra damage, huh? Wait, I can just do this now, right? Got the hop open over here.
See here.
Classic. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's see what happens. Hot weather attack. Okay. Also, is there like another enemy nearby? Or is this open now? No, I didn't pay attention. Oh, thank God. This is a possibility now. I feel so weird having these thorns on the back. Wait, couldn't... Discovery? Wait, Blight Bloom. See the often find the blooms give off a faint light of a small flower. Wait, oh, Amber has a new look to it, huh? What is that? Oh! A, a blue pea frog. So they come in frogs now. Did I come from this way? Nah. They come from the other way. They're after me now, aren't they? Oh. You can just whack those now, huh? That worked because this is a hammer? Alright, so this is what I heard. How do you unfuse? Destroy fused material. Oh, it's still broken. Uh, wait, no. I think... Drop that one. So you drop the badly damaged one. Hit from underground when struck. Take root and pretty large. Not light. Okay. Or the same. Man, trying to shield bash something is still kind of hard. Oh, there it is. I was feeling a little bit weird. Like I missed it. The steward contracts were the first to be built. I like how he's just sitting there. You're a ghost. After that, borrowed others suited to different roles. Colony structure, marker constructs. You'll find all sorts of them still active in this place. Some became so skilled within their specialities that they surpassed us. We begin to learn from them instead. You should take time out to talk to them. Might teach you many things you might not know yet. And sometimes I'm just lazy and it's still a lot faster. Just whack it. Oh my. Our crossing to other side are broken. Transportation is a whole indefinitely. Distant and northern, we send resources across the river. The only silver lining is the Zonite devices are undamaged. Zonite devices. Ah, it seems you do not know of Zonite devices. They are necessities around here. Allow me to explain. The green thing called Zonite device. You can see here is a fan. You can produce wind on demand by striking it. The only efficient uses we have to variety of Zonite devices for multi-students purposes. Using Zonite devices does require energy. An external energy cell will be necessary in your case. Ah, I see you already have one. That is a relief. But perhaps a refresher is explained in order. An energy cell stores energy required to use Zonite devices. Its energy will replenish automatically while Zonite devices are not in use. Its capability is not unlimited. Use the energy contained within wisely, otherwise you may run out at inappropriate moments. Pardon for the long explanation. It does not change our need of a raft. Zonite devices are extremely useful. Think creatively and you will find many ways to exploit them. The raft is broken. Ah, we may have need of these parts. There are other materials near the water available for your use. Oh. Hold on. Here's the thing we saw. Like the little gameplay demo. That looks cooler. How funny it would be if Link could just uproot a tree. Why do I need to cross this? Ah. Ah. Oh no. Oh no. I broke it. I broke it. There are a 10. Oh, thank God. Oh, are you going this direction? The mountain path is extremely rugged. You may take your environment into account when traveling. I have developed guidelines for traveling this mountain path. Shall I tell them to you? Sure. Very well. Fire is a crucial tool when traveling mountain path. A fire can be used in either to cook or to warm yourself. Flint. Place flint next to a bundle of wood, then strike it with the metallic or stony weapon. This is the recipe for fire. There are several other methods, but it is best to internalize the basics first. Would you like to hear about cooking? I look after yourself. Throughout preparation is everything. Thorough preparation is everything. Yeah. Huh? You're not Hetsu, but you can see me? I didn't know someone like you could see children of the forest. Well, if you see Hetsu, please return this to him. Oh, and my friends are hiding in lots of different places too, so you should keep an eye out while you wander. Oops. How distracting is that? Are those spikes? Huh? Okay. Damn. So, the rusty sword combo to, try and get infinite rust. It's failed. It doesn't give like a description. Damn. Ah, oh! Thanks, I guess. Oh, Opal looks exactly the same. I want to use my amber if I get amber earrings again. This is a lot. Oh. I would say this seems a lot better than the so that happens. Alright. Now I know how dark this game can get in places. I wonder. This cave is especially dark. You will need the light in order to proceed. The mining site ahead. Do you have any blight bloom seeds? Yes, I do. That is a relief. You would not otherwise be able to see anything as you proceed. Blight bloom seeds grow primarily in caves. There was a time once when they grew here as well. This cave has mostly been picked clean of them. That is because it is especially dark. The seeds were often necessary. My associates often forgot to bring bright room seeds. I am posted here to provide a reminder. Use them to light your way. If you are pressing ahead, watch your step, Wesley. So let's see. If I want to do that, and can I do that? And light up. What? Oh, it falls off and then okay. Zone Knight. An unusual. Oh, whoa, what? Unusual material that has many purposes. Ancient extract energy from it, refined from crafting weapons and armor. Okay. Wait, crafting weapons? Caveman Link. Ooga booga. Oonga. 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 I want this to work so bad. Wesley. How many licks does it take to hit the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? uh... It doesn't seem that dark of a cave. Is what? Just, I guess you would just, no, you would drop it, and then bam. It does light up a lot. That's not like a little thing. Excuse me. Zonite is already slated for processing. It would pose difficult for me if you took it for yourself. Zonite. Oh, you're unfamiliar with it. This is Zonite. I mentioned it is a unique material and can be mined far beneath the land below. There are trace deposits of it in this island as well, but they are limited to this cave. Our society flourished by processing this substance into other materials. Zonite is processed by smithing it in the furnace. It is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. A few such materials will be ready for your review shortly. Wait a moment. Wesley. Thank you for your patience. I will now explain what sort of materials the ore can be processed into. A zonite technology is typically powered by zonite charges. These occasionally solidified into a form known as crystallized charges. Converting zonite into other useful materials is the way it's called processing. Zonite charges. Zonite charges are what power zonite devices and constructs. A charge can be consumed to replenish your energy cell. Do you need anything else explained? Crystallite charges. Crystallite charges are a solidified form of zonite charges. We mainly use them as raw material in the construct of energy cells. Please visit anytime you require processed material. The zonite fragment crystal bacon. For energy cell improvement. I mean, wouldn't you want that one? Resulting material will be available for you once the processing is complete. I guess if it's a key item, I'll want it. I still don't really understand. The cave previously had ample resources. It is gradually yielding less and less. That's why I require support, but my requests have gone far unanswered. I must therefore continue to mine without resting. Freaking skeleton staffs for these guys as well. What are those? Ah, I have not given permission to take those. Could it be that you've forgotten to bring Zonite capsules? Zonite capsules? You have forgotten yours, or perhaps you may not know what I meant. Zonite capsules are convenient means of carrying portable Zonite devices. It is unfortunate that you seem to have none. I will lend you a few spare. The ones I gave you were fan types. You can deploy them at any time. They will generate wind when struck. Zonite devices are useful and come in many varieties. I always carry several with me for any occasion. Many neglect to keep a healthy supply on hand. I keep watch for such individuals. The spares I gave you were the last ones I carried. Take care not to forget again. Remember that a device cannot be put back into its capsule. Think carefully before deploying one from your pouch. And how did you put it in the capsule to begin with? I could have just done that. Wesley. Time bell, that sound from the Temple of Time, rings at the set time each morning, each evening. Along with the constructs, we woke to the sound of the bell when we heard it in the evening when it was time to rest. It also played its part in our traditional ceremonies. In a way, it was this place's pleading heart. Inside of the temple, and the sound of its bell still have fond memories in me. Wesley. Yo, device dispenser operation confirmed, on track to meet today's Zonai capsule production target. Oh, did you want to use the device dispenser? I never met my target. You are welcome to use it. Yes, this is the device dispenser. It produces Zonai capsules by converting certain resources. The resources it accepts are things such as construct horns and Zonai charges. You can process resources that you hold by dropping them into this replica. It is similar to using a cooking pot. Nope. The device dispenser is yours to use at any time. You need only feed it requisite materials. Oh, I have lost track of time. It seems I missed the time bell. I will suspend my activities for now. The dispenser remains available to be used. Wait, what did he say it uses? Donai charges. Okay. Oh, I got a lot. A fan. Portable pot. Flame emitter. Love purple pots. So what if I just do this? Oh, that's even a lot more. Fan. But what if I put a more powerful horn in? About the same. Okay. Oh no! Not again. Oh, I fun and I got separated. My friend is sending up smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm tired. I can't move. Wait, can I just take the one I built? I hope there's more gumball machines somewhere, or, Wait, what? Wait. He has a stick on his butt now. Like, here's my friend. You're here. Thanks for being my friend. Here's something for you. Hey. I like these traveling Koroks. Nothing. Is there a hook? Oh, my friend! That's why there's a hook! That's not needed to progress anyways. Oh. It tells me what you could possibly get. How does this work? Oh. Oh boy. This is a fairly simple boss, though. Oh. I got this, though. In charge, don't try charge. Fans, when in charge, or in charge. What is this? Alright. So it's just a weapon. I can't even hold on to it. Weird. Oh, that was fun. So Laurel, if you love them so much, when you gonna be playing Wind Waker? But she's busy playing this now. Excuse me, the snow mountains above us is extremely cold. Unprepared travelers will swiftly lose vitality and maybe even die. Are you fortified against the cold? I'm all set. That is excellent news. The cold can be fatal for those unprepared.
I'll say I think she's a little bit preoccupied now. Throw material. Man, mining is so much more easier. Oh. And you're like, I won't play on the TV, I want to just play on the gamepad. I see the swarm of keys are still a thing. These eyeballs are gonna be really fun. The soldier constructs and captain constructs are only doing their duty to protect the guardian in time. At this time, it was sadly necessary to protect our land from invaders. You'll be sorry for any threat they pose to you now. I'm sorry, what the... Okay. I guess that's what it is.
Oh man, this thing is weak. A bow? Oh. God damn it. Picking the same bow. I dropped. Ape. Just dropped it. I want this dude. Oh. Oh. That's neat. Damn it. It's weird that that's a key item. Okay. We're playing Skyward Sword rules. I just know as soon as I hit the surface, I think I'm going to be running to Gerudo Town. Seeing how well I should be holding on to these. What the fuck? Wait, was that a like? They're back. Oh my gosh, likes are back. A strange round stone from a like made of crystallized inner fluids. It's a good ingredient for elixirs. Well, that's the first recurring enemy to show its like
new face. You don't eat my shield? So I want to... I'll destroy fused material. Well, it was a neat sword while it lasted. I wonder... Oh wait, no, it's already attached to a shield. Oh my god. So it's just a flamethrower at that point. Wait, wait, wait. Okay, you can't fuse a chest to a shield. Probably don't need to be like this for that long. Oh man, this is going to bully ice enemies so much harder. I swear, the amount of prep time you can probably get to just destroy things. Oh. Huh. This is a little problematic then, huh? I see an opening. If I can get to it.
Nope. Need more wood. This is weirdly attached on here. But if it works, it works. No! Well, that sucks. Variable cold. Okay. Let's do the down to go up method, I guess. Oh boy, jumped the wrong way. Nope. Okay. Another gumball machine. Wow. Feels like it took me longer to get through these. Ah. Well then, send your right hand. The UFO one. The extend ability lets you travel through what's directly above you to ascend through it and emerge to the top of it. You'll find it quite useful in all sorts of places and situations. Use extend to reveal the blessing of Oh. Darn. I just defaulted the bow. Very easy. I see that more of a way to move around than it is than it is for like a I don't know. It's, I'm interested to see what they do with it. Restore some power to the new arm of yours. The door into the Temple of Time should now open for you. I'm cold. Oops. I hope there wasn't like warm clothing. I passed out doing this. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. What if I just do all just charges? Wings. Just 2 charges. Okay, that's a lot of building parts. Oh, this thing just go. This thing is kind of scary. I hope eventually, I can, control these. Boing. Oh, are you freaking meditating inside a crystal again? Lude. Wait, what? Like, I would not just call you during your adventure. Again, but more frequently. reverse an object's movement till till it goes back to where it was. You can stop the reverse movement anytime. All the ability to reverse the movement of an object through time. Zelda has vanished as well. You just saw Mr. to even to me. Echo. Your sheer will. You mean you don't even know? That you've now been given the ability, no doubt it will be important. Right. I got a statue. Smells upon you. Oh, test of your own overall vitality. You remain in a weakened state, not yet strong enough to open it. There's one more shrine on this island. Get another blessing. You add that to the others you received with shrines and offer them to the goddess. Might just find your way forward after all. Let me see the Pura pad. Pura pad lets you travel certain places instantly. See all these blue marks on your map? You can travel instantly to any of them. Just the one at the bottom of the map. You can use the travel function and reach the area quickly. You'll find the last Theon shrines around there somewhere. Don't know how I get up there. Wait. Oh wait, I do know how I get up there now. Why is that an option now? Oh, I guess fast travel. Made the option. Oh, I jumped way too soon. What are you up to? This is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystalline charges and use them to produce energy wells. Energy wells. An energy well can increase the capacity capacity of energy cells you are carrying. Appears you can produce. I guess. Alright. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot just for one battery. Alright, the puzzle to get here was harder. Thank you. That was interesting. Y'all really couldn't just make the Temple of Time a warp point. Oh gosh. Oh, I see how you control this. Oh boy. This is kind of scary not having the paraglider. Why is it spinning? I'm gonna land on the roof. I'm sure this is what everyone's been doing. Ow. I take it I'm not supposed to be up here yet. There's not even like a little rock fella. Fine. I just wanted to equip it. Oh. Face the world, not just Hyrule.
see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You are almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects. Though our time together has been brief,
Why is a third eye?
I am so happy that we finally met. You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
He has like an owl. Okay. I thought you were gonna be around a bit longer. Show up from time to time. Kind of deal. B? Looks like a goat. What the hell? I'm guessing it's sent back? Girl, are you in the past again?
Link!
Uh,
Link! You must find me.
well,
I like the XYZ axis on the map. Oh my god, what's going on with Death Mountain? Okay. Still have to figure out what's going on. Oh, that's so weird. I hate it. Why are their horns so much bigger? I know it's to make it look like they're more sport-like when you attach things, but still, why are they so they're bigger like that? This cave wasn't here before. Who are you? Horriblin? What the heck is a horriblin? Red caps. Red caps look a little bit different. Traveler's bow. Oops. So rusty now. Oh my god. What was that? Oh. I see. Boss Bokoblin. Boss Bokoblin horn. Traveler's Claymore. Goblin Fang. Nah, it's already like a fused. Alright, shield only run, let's go. So it's like the hell is this? Pain. Hmm? Could it be? Link? It's you, you're back. Where have you been? Last that anyone saw of either you or the Princess Zelda was you went to investigate the gloom. And the castle rose into the sky, and everyone's been so worried about what happened to you both. It's nearly worn herself out trying to figure out where you two went. Bro is working in that large building over there. Please report to her right away. She'll want to know what that you're alright. Hey, Robbie. Those footsteps. What a fine afternoon. Hey, you. Where have you been? It's for that. Tell me later. For now, you should hurry up and talk to Burra. She's been, in a tizzy ever since you and the princess disappeared. She's in the second building with the telescope on the second floor. Go to her and give her some peace of mind, will you? Sec. Wait a minute. What do you think you're doing? Joshua needs that for her cash on research. Don't you touch any of that without her permission. Big trouble if you do. Pose. Let's go talk to Burra. A snappy.
What?
Here, those eyes. Doc?
Oh,
Dr. Burra! The swordsman has returned.
okay. Now where have you been? Linky, you're not a ghost, are you? Hey. That looks interesting. Phew. One step at a time. What exactly happened?
A few amount of years has passed, huh?
So when you and Princess Zelda go beneath Hyrule Castle, you discover a mysterious mummy which suddenly reanimates. Then Zelda falls into a fissure and vanishes. That must have been when the castle rose and the ruins fell. Then, later, you wake up on a sky island, saved by the arm that was stuck to the mummy. You get the Purapad from an unusual creature, and learn that your new arm belonged to someone named Rauru. The Master Sword disappears. You hear the princess's voice, and find your way here.
Then
What?
you're saying you came from up there? It's Rauru you meant. I think that's what the first king of Hyrule was named. Are they one and the same? Much of this makes sense yet. But I'm certain that mummy you found under the castle must have been related to the castle is rising, the ruins falling down from this. The mummy must be connected to it somehow.
Ah,
And there's the most important detail of all. You sure that you heard the princess speak to you? She gave you a clear message to find her? That's true. Princess then... He's alive. Maybe she's trapped beneath the castle and needs help. That tells it. No, Link, just return Link. But I need you to meet with the search party up Hyrule Castle. They've been searching tirelessly for you two. Captain in charge of the search is named Haas. Work with him and find the princess as quick as you can. I know that mummy may still be lurking somewhere around here, which is concerning, to say at least, but we have more immediate problems to deal with right now. I'm counting on you, Linky. Oh, hi Ed. Link's so pretty. Hey, character profiles. I like how they included her, how old she was in Breath of the Wild. Unless she's constantly de-aging herself again. Oh man, Ed, you just missed a recap. They just recapped it. It's just what they're showing in the trailer. You're exploring with Zelda to check out the underneath Hyrule Castle because they've been trying to fix everything else but the castle itself, and the castle started leaking out something they called gloom, and everyone who's been in contact with gloom has gotten sick. They find Grandpa Dorf completely Metroid's Link. Zelda fast travels out of there. Wake up in the sky and freaking learn that Link's has been contaminated. So we just now got Link back into like working order and did the tutorial for his new hand powers because apparently ancient aliens pretty much, so his arm belonged to one of them, so now Link has some of those powers, kind of, except for the pig beast that infects his arm doesn't get didn't give link powers. Link power comes from the dragon arm that he received to replace the one that was contaminated. So yeah, close, very similar, but not exactly. It's been really wacky of the stuff that I've been able to make. So the arm was already attached to Ganondorf, or Mummydorf. We'll call him Grandpa Dorf. When and so it just attached itself, and so we were talking to the guy, the ghost. Combat training? Didn't we have enough combat training? So instead of like Buddhist monks architecture, we're gonna have a lot of like Zen garden and dragon stuff. Oh, this is just a tutorial. So okay, we are borrowing the ancient dragon arm because Ganon completely destroyed Link's arm and infected him. Ow. Your windup is so slow. I dodge it before I can do a fury. It has been very wacky. But like, I'm still like trying to understand everything that's going on in the story. But now I have a sword tied to a stick. While I carry around a boulder shield. Hey. Hey. I mean, I'm gonna get $70 worth out of this. Even though, totally, totally used, coupons and, team membership to cut down on the price. I still don't have the paraglider. Yeah. Plus it's a Nintendo game. you know Nintendo games are going down in price anytime soon. You're only ever going to get them on sale. Whoa, was there an opening there before? How could I missed it?
What?
Huh? What was it? You're close to the chasm here? It's so dangerous, you know. For all I know, the shrine could have been dangerous too. My point is, there's a lot of dangers ever since the upheaval, but be careful. Let's talk about shrines, chasm. Or like chasms, you know, the creepy openings in the ground ever since the upheaval, they're all over. There's a bunch of sinkholes all around the map now. This area there beneath Hyrule Castle to the south looking landing. I heard members from the research team went rooting around in some and ended up in a bad way. Let's to steer clear. Glad I'm researching shrines in that chasms. People from the search party are putting in long hours at Hyrule Castle, so I tend to do the same. Like, I will say, the only Nintendo games I've seen drop in price at my work, recently, WarioWare, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and Link's Awakening. Where did you get out of the castle? So ashamed. Been on watch here the whole time and I didn't see you at all. I really got to get serious about my training. Captain Haas doesn't know that you're back, does he, Link? Should report to him right away. He's on the gate tower at the top of the hill, past the lower gates. I'm sure the captain will be just as surprised to see you as I really want to know, how many years passed between Breath of the Wild and Tears? Because freaking Purah's grown up. Y'all haven't fixed this door yet? Huh? Who's there? Oh, the rusty armor. You guys need to clean some of this. Hey, this area is off limits while we conduct our search for Princess Zelda and Link. You can't just come wandering in here like that. Oh, Link, it's you. I'm sorry, I had no idea you'd return. But if you're back, doesn't mean we don't need the search party anymore. Talk to Captain Haas. He's leading search efforts here. The first gatehouse up ahead. You'll find it at the very end of the road. Just down the road. Just down the road. Hey, remember just yesterday when we were storming through here? You know, I wonder. Oh no, they fixed that. They fixed it. You can't mash whistle. It can't be him. I can't let anyone past here. This area is restricted only for those involved in the search for Princess Zelda. It's direct order by Captain Haas. If you insist passing, you'll need permission from the captain. You should be in the first gatehouse up the end of the road. Freaking dummy. Like, how long has Link and Zelda been helping people? Please, I need to know. Because if freaking Link is 27. We turned up nothing in here. That would help us find the princess, unfortunately. You're just a spitting image of Link. But if Catching saw so, you'd be so startled you might even fall off the gatehouse over there. Here. Ooh. I guess let me get rid of my boulder shield. I I wonder if they're still guardians. So weird. I can't remember if they gave him like an actual age for this Link, but they okay. Technically, this Link is over 100 years old, but you know he was in stasis. But they did say that Zelda was 17 in Breath of the Wild before shit went down. Like it happened on her birthday. Juicy, I guess. I like the pot helmet. You come up here to help look for Princess Zelda too? Yeah, me and a few others had the same idea. We all owe a great to the princess. And we were hoping to help anyway, but the captain's way on top of the gatehouse there. It doesn't look like he's coming down anytime soon. Well, we just showed up without being an ass, so best to stay out of the way until we can help somehow. That's how I feel sometimes. Oh, hello. Standing at the edge of the chasm. It's so intense. I see a chasm in person. So far. Chasm. Ooh. Why would you do that? Just up and startle someone on the edge of a void. This chasm nearly bound. It's just like all the other created by the upheaval. Personally, I do not want to hit the bottom of nearby bottomless chasm. Even though it scares me, I can't stop staring into it. Yeah. Would assume that he's roughly around the same age. Ash of all your building needs, come here. Hudson! Aw, Hudson. Oh my god, it's his frickin'... Oh, I need to find Hudson. I need to go to Terrytown. I want to know how they're doing. That that logo should not be foreboding. Like that, the weapons here are all decayed too. If any intact left anywhere in the world. What about weapons? Oh, it's a new face. During the upheaval, all the weapons, swords, spears, claymores, you name it, suddenly decayed. Oh, that explains why they're all yucky. Explored many regions in search of weapons that might still be intact, but found none at this point. I'd be surprised if there were any intact weapons left in Hyrule. They're also a real pain to repair, so the best thing I do is strengthen them. What do you mean strengthen them? What do you mean strengthen them? Like, I know what it means for me to strengthen them, but what does it mean to you, for you to strengthen them? Because I just do this. Hold on. What does a spear on a shield look like? Why is this a thing? Why? He's so giddy. Hey, Hudson is a good guy. How am I supposed to be going up? Oh, I guess that's too high.
Wait, isn't this the guy who was looking for Keaton? Huh? Is that you? You're alive and all in one piece, it looks like. Does that mean Princess Zelda's safe too? What relief. Actually, you're alone? But you heard the princess calling out to you and you're here to help with the research? I mean, the search? I see or don't. I'm a little confused, but that's the matter right now. Here is continuing our search for Princess Zelda. I'm relieved to see you came up here and help us out. We need some good news. The sheer amount of gloom has gotten overwhelming. Work carries on, but we're dead in the water. Captain! Princess Zelda! What? Princess Zelda, she's safe. Girl, talk to us. Why are you being cryptic? What? What? You saw that too, Link? You saw Princess Zelda turn to light and fly off, right? Strange. This, this is an emergency situation. Should she leave without saying a word to us? Exactly. We need to let Pura know about this as soon as possible. Considering what we just witnessed, I think it makes sense for us to withdraw. It will take a bit. Please, you must tell Pura about what happened here as soon as possible. I don't understand. Man, they really want this game to be cryptic, huh? Whoa, what was that? My eyes weren't playing tricks, were they? No, they wouldn't do that. That was Princess Zelda. What's going on? I feel like this is... Nintendo saw Death Stranding and they were like, yes, yes, we will make it as cryptic. Ow. Alright. Look at this man. I keep on looking at it and thinking I have like a spear equipped, but no, that's just my shield. You're kidding me. Princess Zelda flew up, didn't she? You're a funny one. No matter how funny you think you are, you're not getting through. I hate him. So far, worst character. This is a very long opening, by the way. This is way longer than Breath of the Wild's. Uh, double shield. Very cryptic. Pretty wacky when it comes to the exploring and combat, but that was exactly like wait, like Breath of the Wild, not Princess. I dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to Calamity. Wait, who are you? Oh my god. Eh. Whoa. Darn it. Oh. President Hudson, are you okay? What have I done? Alright. I'm sorry, President Hudson. I won't let you fall over again. That was unforgivable. It's all your fault, startling me like that. Yes, I know it's just a sign, but I have great respect for President Hudson, so I pin the blame on you. Forgivable, President Hudson. You haven't heard about Mr. Hudson? He's the president of the construction company. He's the one appointed by the princess himself. He placed him in charge of putting those material caches everywhere, and now he's shouldering Hyrule's restoration. Of course, he is also the founder of Hudson Construction, and besides all that, sorry, what's all this? Hey, I'm in the middle of the President Hudson's epic tale of heroism. Well, fine. Well, what was I doing before? I don't want others getting jealous, so I haven't spread this around. But President Hudson gave me an extra special mission. It's to put signs all over the place to let everyone know that the Hudson construction is a big deal. These aren't your ordinary signs, as you can clearly see. They portray Mr. Hudson himself in detail, noble, glorious detail. It's unforgivable for even one of these to fall over, and so I pledge to support him. Don't worry, Mr. Hudson, I'm here for you. But I can't stand here forever. I could get so many more signs to spread around. I don't know what to do. Try letting go. What? Aren't you going to, are you supposed to go? Are you going to support him? Alright, I'll let go. Unforgivable. President Hudson, I'll support you. I would say if you are afraid of, if you want to experience yourself it, without being spoiled, maybe. Otherwise, I will always say, try and get anything on a sale. Why can't I attach things to this sign? I swear to God, if this falls over. Standing? Oh, the president's standing. That was brilliant. I could never have thought of it. Alright, let's get him secured while he's still standing. Put this right here, get that fashion in. Oh, great. I hope this. Perfect. Okay. I guess that works too. With your help, President Hudson is now standing properly and firmly in place. It fills me with joy to see him doing so well on his own. Take this with my thanks. Also, you must be hungry after all that hard work, right? Let me give you a little something I made myself. But I still don't feel like I've thanked you enough. This is a little something for my premium collection, a special gift from me to you. Sleepover ticket. A reward for collecting pony points. Spend it at stables, get some rest, and recover from. Okay. Now I can go to get other places to put up more signs. With that, I'm off. Oh, I should have did him walking off and do the Terrytown theme. Jason, last time you said BRB, you never came back. Interesting. Okay, I can't. I need to at least get the paraglider. Whoosh. Link, well, did you find anything?
Huh?
You're telling me Princess Zelda was at the castle and then she transformed into the light and flew off? I gotta say, your stories are always so wild. If you're telling me that you saw, then I gotta believe it. Like we need to change our approach. The princess flew off, maybe we should redirect our efforts and dig into the upheaval? For now, at least. I've always got a few regions in mind to start exploring. We'll pick up clues where she flew off to as we look around. Oh yeah, you still got the Purr pad, right? Can I see it for a sec? Oh, her new apprentice. A little worse for the wear, but seems to be functioning fine. Map. Aha! Forgot that before we can look at your overall map of Hyrule, you need to add map data from the right around Lookout Landing. That we need our Sky View Tower. I was wondering how the towers would work. Joshua, what's the statue of Sky View Tower right now? Status? Let me see. Outwardly, the structure looks to be complete. Oh, but the travel point is still undergoing final adjustments. Travel point needs tweaking. Sounds like we better get cracking. Sorry about this, Linky. I'll fix it up quick, so just hang on tight. In the meantime, why don't you rest up? You must be pretty tired. The emergency shelter is just the spot for you. It has free beds and a kitchen, so it's well stocked for getting some rest and rejuvenating yourself. If you want more info, talk to the soldier who's watching over everything from the center
right where the emergency shelter entrance is. If you need clothing for your travels, you should go to Mup's shop. I'll be over by Skyview Tower, so when you're ready to head out, just let me know. Is Input dead?
Yeah.
Alright, Chasha. Let's work on our final preparations of the tower. I'll head to the travel point. Chasha, you're in charge of the switch. Okay, Duck. You can count on me. Alright, I want to see what else is going on here then. Ooh. This is a very slow telescope, though. I wonder if there's still a Korok up there. Oh, shit. I guess to be fair, Robbie is just a little bit younger than Impa was, and he's still kicking. Oh, what you doing up here? Skyview Tower switch. We're turning the power on. Doc's waiting for you. She's right over there. She said she had some work to do on the power point, so you find the terminal inside the Skyview Tower. I think she's just about done working on it. Fixed it up super fast, huh? Oh, brilliant. She's the most amazing researcher in all of Hyrule. Way to talk down to the princess, hey? N- Oh, I like the newspaper. It's Purra's diary. A stairway leading deep beneath Hyrule Castle has been discovered. Even Princess Zelda didn't know about it, so it seems safe to assume that it's removed even from the royal legend. We have confirmed that the gloom emanates from the location means something down there must be causing it. I appointed Princess Zelda and Link to investigate. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that Princess Zelda volunteered for the job before I had a chance. I know beyond a doubt that there is no team more qualified for such a task, and yet I can't escape the feeling of dread. Decided to store this diary in 4 volumes. That way, if a noisy someone reads it, they'll only have a quarter of it. Such ideas are the fruits of genius. So for the first one, I think I'll entrust it to who else but Impa. Speaking of Impa, oh, she's still alive. She had a cute habit of hiding important items underneath things ever since she was a child. I have a fond memory of when she forgot about a hidden steamed bun beneath a cushion and sat on it, squished fat. Letters are flat to begin with, but they are more important than a bun. Hope she finds a better hiding spot than a cushion. So Impa's still alive. Answers our question. I think that was all the older characters. It's pretty much just Impa and Robbie were super old. And we know Zora's lived to be over 400 years old, so we don't have to worry about Sidon. I guess the king. And some of the older Zoras. This is the upper evil. On the day the land shook, a huge chasm seen bottomless open on the ground. The clouds below it enroiled as floating islands appeared in the skies, raining chunks of ruin down us. The strangest of all, Hyrule Castle began to float in the air. It's hard to believe this is our world now. Whoever started calling the upheaval had the right idea. Evil-looking haze surged from the chasm that opened on the surface. The haze weakens everything it touches. People fall ill when exposed to it, and it has another curious property as well. This guided the miasma coiled about our weapons. It isn't a single weapon we know of that hasn't decayed as a result. We're calling the stuff gloom. We decided to call the islands hanging in the sky Sky Island. Simple and to the point is best it seems. I suspect based on the design motifs on them, that the ruins falling from the sky are Zonai in origin. We still understand so little about the Zonai civilization. All we know is that it flourished in the sky. While it's true that the upheaval has posed major problems in every aspect of Hyrule and life in Hyrule, I can't deny that it also presents us with the opportunity to answer questions we've long had since our history. Who writes We started investigating the fallen ruins in the Sky Islands. Our best lead is a report from the chief of the Kakariko village. It seems unusual ruins have engraved slabs have fallen there. I decided to have the Zonai surveillance team work out of Kakariko village in Nakuda, southeast of Lucas Landing. The ruins that fell on Kakariko village are massive. You can see them from all the way here at the Lookout Landing. The crater left by the castle rise is still spewing gloom. It kept us from making any progress with our investigation. We still don't know anything about where the princess and Link have gone. The upheaval occurred very soon after Princess Zelda and Link left to explore beneath Hyrule Castle. I fear the two events are related. Oh. Good news. I kind of forgot my shield's 2 shields at the moment. Hansen. The balloon things that fell from the sky are called Zonai devices. There's still so much we don't know about them. But trust my boss, Pura. Things we know so little about to turn into something useful. He's the sharpest person in Hyrule, a creative genius. I do not. The only time I've ever heard any of those songs was when I believe, what was it, you and Sharon sung them. Hey, Carlson. Sorry, I'm busy with work right now. Link? Wow, what a relief. I still worry about you. Where have you been anyway? I'm sorry for our excitement. I'm just happy that you're back. I've been sorting out whether or not I can build a mini stable at this Lookout Landing. Who's Lester? That doesn't go with the guidelines. The Bolson and Carl. So the health of the not proper stable. The project would likely take me a while to complete, but once done, you'll be able to take full advantage, Link. Many stable things need to be just... Okay, you don't need help? I will help you. It means to make things flourish. Hey, welcome. It's your time at my store, right? The only place in shop that Lookout Landing. I know it looks a little thrown together, but I stocked a nice selection of goods. I ran a store back in my hometown, so I hope you'll support my place. Your hometown? I came from a small fishing village, Learn Village. It's away at the south, on the southeast corner of Hyrule. It used to be a peaceful place too. Oh my gosh. Run the village general store. Those pirates arrived. I had to grab all the goods I could carry and run. I don't know how it's going there now. I hope I can return someday, but for now, keep selling the stuff I can. Please let me know if anything you like. Anything you need? Ah. Good news!
Oh,
Good news, everyone.
ah. Oh.
How much is it? 130. Yeah, it's so great. It's just so great. It's highly an armor series. It's caught your eye too. The design's so cool. And it fits like a glove. Popular with travelers too, which means it's a must for adventuring. I'm surprised they kept it red. You heard this link that people keep talking about. Sounds like you're pretty tough. I'd like you to teach me about combat when this is done. Hmm? What? Is it really you, Link? You returned? Or at least I see that you're safe. Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Garlitz, head of the monster control crew. It's our job to keep monsters at bay, best we can throughout Hyrule. But aside from that, been assuring in the search of Princess Zelda, whose whereabouts are unknown. Glad you returned safely, but I'm gravely concerned about the princess. Holding out hope that the monster control crew brings back good news. They're searching the castle for her now. I see. Zelda ascended into the sky above Hyrule Castle and then vanished. Very strange thing. All the same, it's a relief to hear that she's alive. Well then, what that information the control crew will assume our original duty in subduing the monsters. Of course, if you come across any info regarding the princess, I will report it immediately to Pura. I assemble strategies and permit information at the headquarters in the emergency shelter. There you'll find folks with an intimate understanding of Hyrule's geography as well. Any of that is revealed to you, I encourage you to take the time to stop by. Alright everyone, it's time to move on out. Belek squad, now I'm positioning you in the south of Hyrule. Proceed to Faron. There are pirates running rampant in that area. If food goes thoroughly, I'm counting on you. Link. Glad to have you back, Link. My name is Scorpius. I've been charged with maintaining Lookout Landing. If you have any questions about this place, any at all, come right to me. I will answer as best I can. Now please allow me to open up the emergency shelter. Hey, it's me! Open up! Oh. The underground vault used to be an emergency shelter for the royal family. Now we're making constant use of it. Feel free to make it yourself at home in our vault. Use any equipment you want. This is so I love seeing everything like everyone building Hyrule back up. I love this. Oh wait, you're Robbie's you're Robbie's wife. Hey, I know that face. And any face I know is the face of a friend. Please, Link, help yourself to anything in the shelter. It's all yours to use to see fit. But don't you dare making a mess of this place and kicking up dust. I spend so much of my time cleaning in here, and there's still endless amounts of dust. All this dust even come from anyway? Well, you see dead skin cells. It's... Oh, I love the newspapers. Remnants from the Zonai civilization have started popping up all over. Calls for a Zonai surveillance team. Well, it should call for that, but instead they got me hanging out here until further notice. Spent loads of hours memorizing everything in the Zonai surveillance team book over there. It's the best thing to do now is to stay on top of the news in the region, but even more prepared when it comes. Freezing temperature bring feathery shivers to Rito. The Rito are all over the newspaper lately. Live out in the Herba region, if I recall. It's a snow fields, northwest Hyrule. Some surveyors gorge about going there because of how cold it is. All they need to do is bring proper gear and supplies for cold resistance. Go to the Rito Inn to sleep in a luxury fluffy down bed. I know it's important to be on standby here, but I really wish they sent me out on surveillance already. That was a weird hey, advertisement to go to the Rito village. Here we go. Strange shrines appear all over the world overnight. Shrines appear everywhere due to the shifts caused by the upheaval. Puro as the leader, the Zonai surveillance team throughout the world over. I guess the paper is a little old. And this same Hylian script, and yet it's so different from our modern language. Still have a lot to learn. Oh my, they're actually being like, actually, oh wait, that looks like a Pokeball for the compass. They're actually like pointing that out now. Like, hey, the Hylian language is different across the games or timelines. Wordsworth. Don't tell me, based on your structure for feet and right arm, you must be linked. Am I right? Pro has told me so much about you. I'm Wordsworth. I research specifically in ancient Hylian. By ancient Hylian, I don't mean the text found in the ring ruins, but something different. It's what we call the language used at the time of Hyrule's founding. Our modern language is built on that foundation. These books here are written in that ancient tongue. They look like gibberish to your average Hylian. Are you curious about ancient Hylian? I don't have anything to show you as things stand now, but I'm sure I'll someday have results posted ready to read. You see at the lab at Kakariko Village. So much to check out. It's a little bit a lot. It's a lot. It's a bit of a lot. I love that it's a big thing, but it's a bit of a lot. Surveying shrines, surveying chasms, our teams for, and we don't need to read that. Hey, are you new here? You can scoff, but I know a fresh face when I see one. I can say that because I'm a newcomer too. But name's Brumaro. Brumano? Burmano. They put me in charge of cooking for some reason. I want to say something fancy like, for today, Mendru, we have fruit and mushroom mix. That'll rev you right up. Yeah, I really look forward to that, say that, but I'm plump out apples, and if I don't have any more important ingredients to say goodbye to rich, full flavor. My nose is detecting an aroma. Do you have an apple? You're really generous. I'll give you the first crack at the grub. Hold on a sec. Romo's special fruit and mushroom mix. Looks tasty, doesn't it? It's just a normal fruit and mushroom mix. I could make a big deal out of it, but we could make it. All you need is an apple, a mushroom, and the pot. Try to make it so. You're talking to freaking Breath of the Wild Link. Oh, hey, is that you, Link? I've been nose down, so I don't know what's happening around me half the time. Pretty involved, so I'm going to keep sitting here while I wench on this. You might have heard, but when the upheaval happened, all the weapons decayed. Poured so much energy in trying to fix them, it's been no use. Decayed. Yeah, sort of heat gloom began pouring out of the ground. Clenched a weapon, pulsing as if it was alive. watch the weapon rot to pieces right before our eyes. It's still pretty wild, and I don't understand how it's happened. At a time when Hyokasa can float, I've given up trying to make sense of most things. Oh yeah. In case nobody has mentioned to you yet, you're welcome to the weapon reserve over there. Oh, it probably won't much use to you since there, you guessed it, decayed. The Boko Reaper, Rapier, Traveler's Sword. Huh. Oh, it's you, Link. Pardon me for being lost in my work here. The map tends to get all of my attention. Are you interested in the different people in Hyrule and where they live? They feel to study. I'm out in deployment with the monster control crew. I spend hours poring over more maps. As such, I'm the most knowledgeable in the Lookout Landing about Hyrule's various people in towns and villages. I mean, we should be good. There's been an increased number of unfamiliar monsters since the upheaval as well. Be careful out there. Oop. Because what? We have the fishing village, we have Hento village, Kakariko, Zoro domain. No, that's Zoro domain. What was here? Alright, that's something to check out then. Goron City, Korak Forest, Rito, Gerudo. Oh wait, you! So you're Link. Wait. Some soldier was just telling me. As a simple man from Lurlin, a little starstruck to see the lot of celebrities down here. Well, I thought he was the guy who I helped with the Twilight Mirror. Oh, there. Work hard, Link. Appreciate you taking some time to visit Monster Control HQ. Recently progressed and for involvement in search for Princess Zelda. So we're doing our primary mission to hunt down monsters. We've been running rampant upheaval. All 3 squads have been out exploring at the moment. They've been sharing updates with us though. Squads on expeditions? Haas squad, Thorn squad, and Failing squad. Our out monster crew are taking down monster across Hyrule. So we know Flame Links isn't fair on. What about Torrent? Torrent squad is Snort, Eve, Death Mountain, Elden. They headed to a cave discovered in Lake Darman, which used to be a lava lake but since stopped flowing. They're taking out the monster nesting in caves, so if you see them there, do me a favor and help them out, please. Hazu squad? Hazu squad is hunting monsters. Hyrule Field, south of the Lookout Landing. Please don't do me a favor and help them out, please. Okay. All tools might be used in battle are decayed and useless now. Despite that, we're doing the best we can. Your crew during your travels, I appreciate the lending a hand. Nobody knows, right? Nope. Not going near chasms anymore. Nasty gloom is everywhere, making everyone sick, making me sick. Glad I ate that yellow plant stuff from Gloom Specialist. Any gloom? And I'd be canoeing down Old Death River. Took my tail out for Chasha. Kid runs circles around Pearl and Robbie. She would love to research me. I'm sick to death of chasm research. Unless I'm starting to feel better. But I think I'll lie low and keep lying here. Link, right? You're the Link guy, aren't you? I heard folks talking about you, and your face matches the one on the poster. Oh, sorry. You want in the bed, yeah? You can go take whichever empty bed you want. Naplin's sleep talking is practically audible here, so you probably want the bed a little farther away from him. His physical condition has been deteriorating ever since investigating one of the chasms. And despite how long he's been back, which has been quite a while, he still hasn't made a full recovery. Okay. You're welcome to rest. Rose made it standard policy that anyone who needs shelter here has it. He says it's what Zelda would want. Zelda says free healthcare. Well, that's everyone down here, pretty much. I can talk to Robbie again, real quick. Pleasant morning. Hey, you. Any idea how worried you've been? That's the Arma. I overheard Para talking about it. I see. Yes, pretty weird, alright. Nope. No, now's not the time for distractions. We gotta have to wait until later. Anyway, I heard you got yourself the Para pad. The Para pad of yours can get a lot more powerful. I know it's real potential. I've got a big plan for this device, but first I need help Joshua with her investigation into the depths. Oh yeah. And then I need to head back to the lab in Huntington Village to resume my research. But once I'm able to finish up, you should join me there. Alright. Damn, I kind of was hoping that this was like a quest board. Or like small little quests. If I put this here, then this goes here. Nope, nope, that's not quite right. That should do it. Link, you're all set? I just wrapped up here myself. Travel plan's working fine now, or it will be once you do your part.
Hey!
We're right here, Joshua. Hold the switch. Hey! Was not expecting that.
Oh!
All the Skyview towers are now been activated.
Yeah!
Okay, Link, your turn.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hold a Pearl Pad over the terminal.
Huh.
Alright, the Skyview Tower is now active on your map. That means you can use this travel point to get here at any time instantly. Same is true with every Skyview Tower you add to your Puro map. Impressive, right?
Ah.
But Skyview Towers are more than just traveling quickly. Their primary function is to survey the area, or simply put, make a map. Pad works with the Skyview Tower and scans the topography directly onto the map.
Uh-huh.
Pretty great, huh?
Hmm.
Only thing is, you need a paraglider when you're scanning. It's a lot of skill and nobody here has what it takes, to be honest. That's why we haven't tested it out yet. We needed you. Which brings us to this. A pearl.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's showtime. Let's start with the test scan. Now it's time for our very first test launch. I mean, our first test. Just step into the circle and find me afterwards, right?
Uh-huh.
I'll be observing from the research lab.
Yeah!
When the test scan is over, we'll have a final briefing on the search for Princess Zelda. Also need to update your map with the places where the upheaval have wreaked the most havoc. Good luck. Yo, they got the battle pot? What the? Or I think you overdid it. Who needs tingles? Surface map updated. Sky map updated. Yeah, that got me a little bit. Alrighty. Welcome back. Had some good gliding up there, Link. I expect nothing less. So, how did it go? Did you get a proper map scan? Good, that map is critical to our data. There's Skyview towers in every region in the world. You'll have to make a point of visiting them all. Wait, talk about the upheaval. It's affected more than just the castle. Of course, some other strange phenomenon has been coming in from all over Hyrule. Let's take a look at your map. First report comes from Herba in the northwest. Next up is Eden to the northeast. Rudo are reporting trouble in the southwest. Lioru in the east. Strange phenomena are connected in these four regions. Can't say for certain, but I got this nagging suspicion that we might find out more about Princess Zelda by looking into this phenomenon. Hey Doc, I don't know if this is helpful, but I heard something weird the other day. It was about someone who might have seen Princess Zelda at Rito Village over at the Herba recently. That is pretty weird, yeah. Generally speaking, I don't put much stock in the hearsay. This does sound like worth looking into. Oh, and before I forget, Link, we've asked the Lucky Clover Gazette to help us in search of Princess Zelda. There's nobody who knows more about the going-on in Hyrule than them. You can find them near the entrance to Rito Village. If you do go there, be sure to speak with the editor. I'm sure she could help out. Way too. What, Tracy? I'll be here directing a variety of investigation into the upheavals, many chasms, and new ruins. I'll be looking into different villages. Someone somewhere must know what's happened to the princess.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you to check out the major phenomenon that's troubling the region around Hyrule Link. I'll find Princess Zelda one way or the other. I gotta find my goggles. Sorry, I can't talk now. There's something I got discussed with goggles right away about our research into the chasms. Talk later. I will say, this is still open world, but this is very feeling linear. Because like as soon as you get all your equipment, you're just able to go fight Ganon. You just go and fight him. You don't have to go save anyone, do any quests. Just learn how to play the game. Go fight Ganon. I am at that point now, and there's no way to just go and fight the final boss. They're really pointing me towards Rito Village. Oh, it's you. You know, the burn pad of yours may seem perfect, but could be even more perfect. I need to head back to the lab when Joshua's got the depths investigation all sorted out. Come on, Goggles. Are you even listening to me? Oh, yes. Sorry, you were saying? I was saying that I want to go investigate the depths. Look, if you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to jump into the chasm myself. No way. No how. You can't do that. Depths are far too vast for you to explore on your own. And we've only begun to look into them. I'd love to go gallivanting around down there, too. But who knows what wonders are at the bottoms of those chasms? But no matter how wondrous they may be, are too dangerous for you. I'm not going to allow our young prodigy to go wandering around somewhere so unknown, so foul. If anyone were to happen to Pura's favorite student, it'll be the end of it for me. The end! But I need to go. I need more on that figure. If we had more info about it, it should help us understand the depths. What figure? Oh, swordsman. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation.
Yeah.
Let me get you up to speed. Our survey team brought back some artifacts from the journey into the depths. One of them caught my eye. This piece, like the image depicted on it. See that figure standing on two legs with one arm raised up? I have a theory. I think it could be evidence about mysterious people who once lived in the depths. Why I want to go down there so I can see if any more Christians like this one. I want to see for myself. But Goggles here says it's too dangerous. He won't let me go. Joshua, come on now. Tell you what, I'll go down there myself and see if I can't find anything about the figure on the slate. And Mike will join me. We'll start by looking for anything down there that resembles the figure on the slate. When we find what we're looking for, we'll use your Purapad's camera to take a picture of it for Joshua. A perfect plan. Camera? All about the camera. One of Purapad's basic features. The camera, you can capture nearby scenery when it's an image. One that's stored in your pads there. Not like you still have to learn more about the Purapad. Well then, I'll teach you how to take pictures once you're down there anyway. There'll be lots of monsters in the depths though, so I'm counting on you to keep me safe. Let's see. Guess we should enter through the chasm to the south of the looking landing. I'll go ahead. Once you're ready, I'm ready to go. Come find me. Ah!
What?
Wait, hang on. It's like he's gone. Sorry, you got roped into all of this, swordsman. Goggles means well, but when he wants to help me, he leaps before he looks. But here, maybe this will help you out at least. Oh, take these two. Chasm's pretty deep. Light from the surface doesn't make it down there. It's pitch black. But if you attach a light bloom thing to an arrow and shoot it, it'll light up the area. Definitely a useful trick down there. Okay, you'll want to head straight out the lookout landing, southern gate, and you'll find the chasm. Goggles. Don't know too much about how your camera works. I'm counting on you to bring me the picture. Oh, and please look after Goggles for me. Okay. Oh. Nappy? A young scientist whose genius earned her the role of heading up depths research. Joshua feels it's fun to work with Pura, and though she helps with various investigations of Princess Zelda's disappearance, she's glad to focus her time on the depths. What's with those lights? Oh, those are just towers. Raru? Yeah. The one who shares the name of the first king of Hyrule. He claims the strange arm Link finds himself was once his. Before he disappeared, leaving more questions than answers. He also said that he learned of Link's assistance from Princess Zelda. He is the dragon folk. Oh, this is weird. Taking out monsters south of here by Hyrule Gears and Ruins. Captain Han's Monster Control Squad 1.
Oh,
Sorry, I was a little preoccupied to deal with travelers right now. That's what you are, right? A traveler? Isn't safe here. Captain Han's Squad of Monster Control is going to engage the monster around here soon. But you by now that he's already locked in combat. The monster's the lair to the south. I'm gonna stop you if you want to get this much flying, but at least take some precautions first. Hi there, you're a bit late. Oh, you're not a member of the Monster Control crew. Sorry. Just formed, so I'm not overly familiar with everyone's face. As we speak, Squad 1 of the Monster Control crew, led by Haas, is carrying out a mission nearby. If you go south of the road, you can see them in action. They're assaulting a monster stronghold. Just here for logical support, training the horses, making elixirs. Come think of it, I did make some extra elixir. Why don't you take some? Might come in handy during your travels. Candidly, I'm a little worried about this mission. The new members didn't get much in the way of training. I wish someone with expert experience fighting monsters was there to help. Like an old bokoblin skull. Let me in. So I can do something besides reading dialogue for a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god, Ed. It's this freaking child's puzzle. Where does the circle go? The square hole. That's right. The square hole. Or does the oval go? That's right. The square hole. Why did it make the sound? I didn't do it yet. Not through yet. Can I just... Do I need to carry it? Do I even need this? I don't need it. It's big, so it's for adults. I like your reasoning. Wait. Shit. There. Oh my gosh, I really just jumped in the crack. I am really just breaking this game sometimes, huh? Oh, come on, Link. There we go. Okay. I feel like I'm doing the puzzles in Resident Evil 7. Those light ones. Link, climb the thing. They should have just made this climbable. I don't think it would destroy the puzzle. Here, I'll play the cutscene so you see this, Ed. It gets absorbed, and it burns away some Ganon's evil. And then they're like, collect four. Once when you get 4 of them, you've cleansed enough evil to recover some of your prior strength. I kind of want to fight. So I'm going to help them. real quick. Oh my god, one. A broom? Man is bringing a broom to the battle.
Hi.
Link, hello. Last time we met was at Hyrule, if I remember right. I'm Haas, Captain Wild One of the Monster Control Crew. Our search for Princess Zelda of Hyrule, I returned to monster fighting duty. Closing in on the monster stronghold up ahead. We approach their base, we'll wait for the right opportunity to launch our attack. Hot check for shoots, but running into you feels like fate. I must say, nothing would be more encouraging than to have you, Hyrule's best swordsman, to assist us. But if we work together, I'm sure we could bring peace back to this land. Oh, I like how it's called a side adventure.
Hey.
Insurance will have to spread their base. We'll wait for the right moment for attack, but no hasty moves here. We have to approach with caution. Ooh. Alright, trying the fuse during fights, not a good idea. She's eating soup. Whoa, what's going on here now? I want a horse just like the captain's.
Hi.
Dude, you kind of just stood there, huh? We're for everything you did for us. If you don't mind, could you come here for a moment?
Oh.
Crippled. No monster is a match for you, eh, Link? Think of it, Link. told that she wields a special sword, but more magnificent than all the others. I mean to be rude, but the weapon doesn't seem all that different from ours. What I heard wields its true power when wielded by someone worthy. Could this be it? Well, I'll be the first to admit when there's a gap in my knowledge. So sorry, I never forgot something very important. Heck yeah. It's part of the bounty monster control crew, so please, don't hesitate to accept it. We plan to head southeast after this to Fort Inato in Nakuda. I hope you get a chance to fight beside you again. May the fight with the goddess highly as divine protection, brave swordsman. Oh gosh. That dude had a stick. I mean, this traveler's shield is more powerful than my two shields. My double shield, my shield upon a shield. Wait. Can I still? Oh, heck yeah. Oh. Alright. Talk to you later, Eddie. How funny it would be if I touched the gloom and just insta-kills me. Oh. Hey, what's the big idea? You can't just walk up behind someone who's standing in front of the edge of a chasm. My colleague who works with me in the Zone I surveillance team is down there. What would happen if I slipped and fell on him, huh? Don't startle me again. I'm deep in my investigation work at the moment. Oh my. Are you Link? Pleasure to meet you. I am Panic. Panic? The Zone I surveillance team. Robbie told me to guide you to him once you arrived. He rushed along in such a haste that he didn't even have enough light room seats. Now we've run out. We lost sight of him. Thought he was taking a short walk over to that glowing area over there. Then he just kept going. And going. Last I saw him, he was heading way out there off to the west. Oh, wait. Oops.
Ah. Ah.
Wait, how do I do it? Deep Firefly. Alright. This is bothering me. I don't think that's what they meant. Ooh. Excuse me, what was that? Their power makes them inedible. I'm sorry, did that thing just threaten to take away my max health? The figure. What the? Oh, oh. Not really, what I remember Poe's being, but okay. Is that a Talus? Yeah. So it's a sword that isn't affected by... Huh. Thank you. I have no idea what I stumbled my onto. This is very weird. How big is this place? Oops. God damn it. Can I, excuse me. 20 damage? That's... Oops. That's a strong, 25. Okay. I mean, it's probably gonna break in like a few hits, but that is pretty strong. Muddle Bud. Bow. This is bad. I don't think that's possible. At my current situation. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. And that wasn't even that much. Better than nothing, I guess. Is this a thing with all the bosses now? Don't tell us hammer. Okay. Neat. How do I get my hearts back? Did I keep a hammer on me? Yes, I did. Oops. Hey, that's one thing I'm trying to get used to. Huh, they changed the design. Oh, that was close. No. I've been trying to get to a spot where I feel comfortable in putting this down, so I can play on my own. They have armor? So, I just have one health now. That's weird. Oh. So the old explosive barrels still exist too? Ooh. That was a little bit scary. Can I pick stuff up on horseback yet? That's another quality of life thing that they didn't add. Shame. Okay, I want to turn back for now. Things are getting a little bit dangerous. Plus, I have a horse now. Hey, you. It's really dark down here. One bit of light gets here at the surface. Even my goggles can't hardly see. But I should have brought some bright boom sleeves with me. As one of those few sources of light glowing down from above piqued my curiosity. Not sure what it is, but it looks harmless enough. This place is roughly under the shrine on the surface. Anyway, I'm going off to the glowing root. See if the shining west up there. You better hurry up and get moving.
After I dropped you off.
Huh.
It seemed dry. Finished with it? I didn't know that.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you go to the roots. And that's your fast travels.
Oh, you took my wash machine out on this boat?
Hey, you still alive? Looks like this place is slowing its room. Get too close to this stuff and you're asking for trouble. The guy didn't have any bright to be curtains. And again, it's my first time down here and I haven't kicked the bucket. I'm sure you'll be fine. Just spotted something of interest through my goggles. Shaped like the figure Joshua once. I'll be continuing to the head west. One of the glowing roots I see it in. See ya.
I was making it twice.
What did I do?
Umbrella, keep on it.
Oh, what are those? How's Robbie get past all of this? There he is. Really? Oh, shucks. All of this. I'll get the camera functionality. I will explore more down here, but on my own time. And yeah, I'll try to keep it where I am. So I won't go like exploring two different regions. Look at the bright thing got. The light down here is dark is downright refreshing. I'm fast. So luminous, it's almost like we're on the surface. Just standing there, it makes me feel so much better. How strange. Oh, it's you. You're finally here. Let me show you what I found. Oh, statue. Standing tall on two legs, one arm raised on high. It's an awful like the figure Josha showed us a piece of slate. What you think? I'm losing my voice. Oh, get the camera. We're ready. It's time to put it to work. That's right, I forgot. You haven't used the camera when we last spoke. Very curious indeed, given it's one of the Purapad's basic features. Give me that Purapad for a second, alright? And, well, there's the problem. Your camera is locked, and so is your Hyrocommendium. Hold on. If I remember correctly, you press this while you pull this, and then you tap that, and... I'm going to be taking a lot of pictures. Boom! Now you use both the camera and your Hyrocommendium. Go on, take a picture of the statue. There's a good chance to verify that it's working properly, too. Test it out. Experience is the best teacher, after all. Once you capture the image, come back here. I want to see how it looks. Hey you, how'd that go? Oh, what is going on? This looks like you're in Beautiful Joe. With this outline going on. You captured an image with that statue, then your camera, then hurry up and show it to me and show me how it looks. So, did you get a good picture? Two pendants. Looks like you captured well. I'm sure Joshua will be satisfied with this. Line up that immense route, getting us the picture of the statue. You started helping us research what's down here, but soon enough we're going to have even more to investigate. And then it's time I head back to the surface.
You have to look out landing. Don't make Josha wait too long for that picture. You like his goggles? Wait, why is it blurry now? Skeletal are often running by monsters. These animals, which you don't know since they revive in areas, maintain their form in darkness. They have remark ability to run on top of gloom. Okay. I shall end it here. I am putting the game down. Almost 6 hours later. I'm putting it down. Taking a break. We will return another time. More story stuff. I will most likely adventure and explore things on my own. Like, don't be surprised if a lot of this underground area gets mapped out. Alright. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. Vamonos. Hold on. Let's see. Can I rate someone first? He's still streaming? But he's still streaming this game. He was streaming it when I got on. Alright.
Okay, that's all the time I've got. I gotta get back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS.